Probably help to have the actual game on stream, eh? Weird how that might be what people actually want to see. There we go. All right. I do not remember what I was doing here at all last time. Other than having a lot of people very stressed out, apparently. Is there anyone on this side who can do art? Oh, that's a hard no. Okay. Got 18 need, got 7 need, okay. You need a 6, okay. You need is 1. 21, 21, 20, 18, 20, 10, 21, 18, 21. Okay, so we're going to leave all that alone for a while. Okay, you guys have food. You guys, oh, you guys don't really have food. You guys don't really have batteries. Because that doesn't have power. And you don't have power for no good reason. Okay, that we need to prioritize that. That's a 9, right? Yeah. So this place needs more people. This side definitely needs more people. Okay, now we're generating power. Okay, once I get comfortable with what's going on, I will pick up the speed a bit, I think. Oh, we got a little farty guy. Why is this a weird dark purple? Just is? Okay. I don't have a... Let's turn you back on. And I think I can turn the sound up. The sound is very low. That's a little better already. Let's try that. There's no twitch function in this, I don't think. No. Okay. We need to mine this ice out, because it's about to melt and make a whole mess of water. Food is being made. Somebody's having a tantrum. Isn't surprising. Is there a reason I haven't built a fancy decor item in here? Because like even if they can't sculpt it, that should complete the building. And that will massively help out with the morale deficit that's happening here. And now you're gonna go fix what you broke? Yes, you are. Good stuff. Okay. So now, yes, that is a great hall. Anyone who eats in there will be much, much happier than they were before. So that will be everyone except Bionic dupes. Oh, you're freaking out. Okay. You're in an oxygenated area, so that's not terrible. Tell me you'll get through that. You did. Phenomenal. Okay, and a new printable needs to be over here. If they have art. Decorate. And a night owl. Okay. You're in, Ruby. Okay, so this colony is doing okay for food and batteries. And this one is doing fine for batteries, but quite poorly for regular food. Why might that be? Why are you delivering and not cooking? Who are you? You're Amari. Amari should be cooking. I realize cooking is also cooking supply, but still. The implication is that there just isn't enough stuff. There we go. And my hydrogen plant is out of hydrogen. The issue there is more one of power than anything else. Like, it being damaged isn't helping. But I mean, the lack of power means it's getting damaged for no good reason. There we go, that's working better. It's working the way it's supposed to work. And we have a polluted water problem as well. Insofar as we're not peeing enough. I assume I can't mop any of that. No. Hard no. Okay. Gonna attach a second one on here. Just because we're not generating enough power. Like, I'm generating exactly enough power to run everything, so the batteries themselves, the batteries aren't charging. Like, they're only marginally charging. And then they're out almost immediately, and that's not working, that's not enough. Obviously, hooking up my actual power plant to that would work so much better. But I don't think I have enough metal for that. So this is just kind of an easier temp solution. If I could just find some gold amalgam, I could make a thing that wouldn't break down as much. Yeah, we can't analyze that. People will die if they go in there. There we go. Now we're getting some charge. Oh, there you are. And they... Oh, they're just power. They're just pure power. Yeah. Okay, I don't have any smog slugs for whatever reason. Hey there, Creative Look. How's it going? So let me turn on Twitch on my phone so I see when I get a message. Well, 10 minutes ago, but sure. No, 30-minute comment stuff. Well, you know, stick around or don't, that's entirely up to you. You are more than welcome to be here. I just had to turn a phone on so I can have a second screen for Twitch. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, yeah, no, 10 minutes can feel like a long time, especially if you're... I guess, yeah, you're posting, you're kind of waiting on a response, that's fair. Okay. Kinda have power under control here, I think. So now we need more polluted water. feel like I can turn these down a little. Oh. Yeah, I'm running Spaced Out and also the whatever the Bionic DLC is. I forget the name. Bionic Booster Pack. I have both of those running right now. They're both pretty great. Okay, I kind of need another duplicate. Ooh, a plume squash seed. That is useless to me in these biomes. Digging, operating, and researching, I think is a winner. Yeah, and you just vomit. Oh, actually, you might be good in the other place. No, let's keep you here. Give you a little research hat. You're not going to be going up for a while. Alright, and that's you maxed out. Okay. Spaced Out's pretty great. I like it a lot. I like how it changes space into something that's actually explorable rather than just like a how high you can go thing. So I think that was a really good change. If you want to know more about the Bionics, feel free to ask. This is what a Bionic dupe looks like in skills. They're quite different from regular ones, so you don't have a skill tree as normal. You're getting stuff that allows you to plug in more boosters, and the boosters have skills, and they're big jumps. And your Bionic dupes don't learn skills, so that's why you get these big boosts. What do I have you doing? I have you being pretty good at cooking. Let's continue to make you amazing at cooking. And you were mostly digging and a little bit of carrying. Let's get you access to the soldering station so you can make batteries. And you're fully kitted? You are not fully kitted. You're lifting. What the hell is that? Suit training for speed. Let's give you more strength. And those are all the Bionic dupes there. Okay. And you are Ren. And Ren was research, digging, and operating. Ren. Research, digging, and operating. Actually, no, let's have that at 1. This is my coolant system for metals that come out of volcanoes. Right. Yeah, you get a lot of, especially with the blast off, you get a lot of particle effects with rockets. So yeah, I can see like something without a dedicated graphics card struggling with that. All right. Oh, there's an aluminium volcano down there. You're killing me. I don't think I can handle a second pure metal volcano. Maybe later, but I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave it alone right now. Right. Yeah, because you got to remember, right, as the game progresses, well, it's not just rockets, but you're also getting more and more debris everywhere, so there's just more and more stuff the game has to handle. But yeah, laptops are fine. I don't have anything against laptops, but I have a desktop, and I've always had desktops just because they're bigger, you can fit more stuff in there, and you have more control. Yeah, for sure. I'm kind of the same. Like, you read the Steam community, and they're like, oh yeah, by cycle 200, I've got like 14 rockets in orbit. And I'm like, really? Okay, buddy. That's, I don't know how, but sure. Good for you. We're at cycle 349, and I really want rockets, but I keep getting sidetracked by other stuff not working out in the base. So, like, I'm pretty sure the surface is about here. Pretty sure. Like, I think this is the last biome before we hit space. But that's a hunch, right? That's not I don't know that. I just feel that. So it's probably wrong. You moved all the debris to one tile. More power, man. That sounds extremely tedious. I would lose my mind trying to do that. I get frustrated just by doing like a massive sweep command and then letting them handle it. Like that stresses me out. But if you want to manually tank stuff or move, good for you. Can we... Oh, you can't get in there, can you? Oh, I see what's happened. Okay. We've pumped all the water out of here. That's what we were doing before. And if I dig here... No, not there. If I dig here, we can definitely get down there. And then I can mop all this stuff up. And feed my precious bog jellies. Fair enough. I don't even know what a starvation ranch is. I mean, I can put those words together. Like, I can take an educated guess to mean that the animals go in there and starve, and that's how you get meat. I'm guessing. But yeah, I don't have any like builds. In any sense, I just play the game and see how it goes. Mostly poorly. But, you know. I've been playing since very, very early in the early access period, but yeah. But that does not mean I'm good. I'm just very experienced at playing badly. Alright. Like, this is probably one of the most advanced setups I've ever had. Right, which is arguably not very advanced. Right, door opens to let the gas in, and we pump out because I'm trying to manage the temperature of this area. And I'm trying to have my pump break down as little as possible. But they lay an egg before dying and everything fed. Yeah, okay, makes sense. And that way you just have perpetual meat being produced. I understand. The issue is I don't have access to gold amalgam, so I don't have any good temperature materials. I have not yet produced steel. Not for any particular reason. More like I'm just not ready to deal with steel, I guess. Oh, we're stressing out. What's going on with you? Alright, we don't have power. That's what's going on with you. I need more power production. I mean, that's inescapable. Steam says I have 1145, which sounds about right. So, over 1,000 hours. And I've spent maybe an hour on the forums total. I just like to play the game. Because I know, like, if I go on the forums, I'll see 18 different ways to super optimize things. And a lot of people, like, when I go in there, they talk about water locks, and they talk about what I feel are kind of exploits. And, you know, in a single-player game, play the game however you want to play. Like, I'm not saying it's bad to play that way. I just don't want to play that way. And the problem is most of the builds they recommend will recommend playing that way. So their builds just aren't useful to me at all. What's wrong with you? Growth halted atmosphere. Oh, okay, yeah, we've succeeded in oxygenating that whole area. Holy crap. That's good. Yeah, well, I play a lot of games, right? So I play this on and off, and been playing it on and off for years. So, you know, I have 1,000 hours in many games, so I do play a lot of games, I just don't focus in on one game. We've managed to chill out wherever you went. Okay, let's pause. Oh, Harold is now the highest stress. Okay. I'll risk that. Oh, I'm a liar. Well, according to Steam, I do not have... Oh, hang on. That's showing only ready to play games. Oh, there we go. Yes, I do have... Like, Final Fantasy XIV, I have like 2,000 hours. Gems of War, I used to play a long time ago. I've got like 1,800 hours. RimWorld, I have 800 hours in. Stardew, 800. Skyrim, because it's split over two, I have like almost 1,000. You know, I play lots of games. And lots of different genres as well. And that doesn't count games on like Epic. I feel you. I mean, the thing is about infinite gas and liquid storage. Having too many resources has never been my problem. I don't have too much hydrogen and I don't have too much water. I long for those problems. My problems are I don't have enough of these things. Not that I have too much. So yes, I don't even need to know about infinite storage ways to play. I think I'm gonna take this guy off the power grid right now, because even if he gets power, it's just wasting power. Hang on. The only way that'd be useful if I were to pump regular water. How do I get you into my regular water? I'm getting you into my regular water via this system. And that would make an absolute mess out of everything else. So I would have to redo my piping from here. I could like plug it directly into. Nah, that'd be silly. I would just drop it. Yeah, let's drop it. Okay. So we're just gonna cut this. Well, maybe not there. Maybe there instead. Put you back. And then you are gonna... That's the long way. That's the silly way to do it. Why don't we bring you just straight up, and then straight up, and damn the aesthetics, because this is going to be temporary. And we're just going to empty you there. And it's going to be ugly, but functional. As a trash can. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's fair. Oh, I have a new person. Do I want a bionic person over here? I kind of do. I don't want any of these things. Sure, let's have some shine nymphs. They'll just make some people happy at least. When do you turn back on? You in 18 days, okay. Can I mop any of this? I can mop some of this. Yeah, 62k in each tunnel. That's bananas. That's I have never even come close to needing that. Oh, there's a dupe having a bad day. So I don't know if you've seen Bionic dupes when they have a bad day, but they damage everyone around them. They have an AoE electric pulse. Because water... Why are you down here, Stella? Water puts their stress into the ceiling. I don't know. I wish there's a way to tell them, hey, don't walk in water, man. But you can't. You just have to live with dupes making terrible, terrible choices. Are you about to fall over? You look like you're about to... Oh, no, you're going to start back up. Where's your battery? You are... Oh, yeah, no, you're about to run out of battery as well. Please collapse somewhere where there's oxygen. You did. Excellent. Booties, yay. Alright. We got some power working here. Oh, we can't get over there. Well, that's an oversight. Let's put you here and here, I guess? How's this working out? Looks like there's very little... There's only a little bit of hydrogen here. Excellent. Why is that door open? Because there's no hydrogen on the sensor? Yeah, there's not enough. Weird, but okay. Are we out of cobalt? We are not out of cobalt ore. Okay. Let's send over a bunch of actual cobalt. How much actual cobalt, pure cobalt, do I have? We have 4 tons of pure cobalt. Yeah, send it over. And yeah, allow manual. There we go. Okay. Is that all the cobalt? Not even close. That should be another 1,000, right? I think I should update to below 1,000 when it does update. Oh, screw me, eh? You're just gonna finish what you were started? Fair enough. But that's gonna get me enough to do some proper wiring. Alright, let's get that done. And then once this is done, I can link this lot up as well. Maybe we do this first, and then we do this second. Is this all oxygen or CO2? It's all CO2. Okay, maybe we dig out a lot of space here so the CO2 can drop out. Thank you for the follow, Iwala. That always takes me by surprise. What vent is that? The one that's on the screen in front of me right now? This purple one? If you mean this purple one, the answer is yes. That is a hydrogen vent. There are two in this colony. There's one here, and there's another one down here. They both spit out hydrogen at like, what, 500 degrees. They don't spit out a lot of hydrogen. Like, this one is 386 grams a second, the other's 280. You'd want to capture it a different way. Sure. I'm open to hearing your suggestions. I may or may not take them on, but I'm listening. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't have any spoilers at this point. Like, there's nothing to spoil. I've seen everything there is to see in terms of tech. I mean, a more efficient way, maybe just have a vertical vent so it cools off as it floats up to the top. That might be a bit more sensible than the way I do things. But hit me. Alright, that pipe is finished, so now we can reconnect. this. And now we will dig this. Have the hydrogen flow against metal tiles that is connected to a steam room that has steam turbine cooling it down. Hydrogen flow against metal tiles. Because hydrogen lighter than steam, so steam turbines won't get the steam. So you mean, when you say steel tiles, you mean airflow tiles, and then you've got like steam vents, maybe in sequence, 1, 2, 3 above. And then the hydrogen just floats up and the temperature exchange with the turbines, but have roof metal tiles. Why roof metal tile? I don't follow. So do you mean like they're the? Oh, so you mean when you say roof metal tiles? You mean like just structure, solid that they don't flow through? Like, I know you said metal tile. I know it's called metal tile. So you're probably being very straightforward. I'm just making sure I understand, right? So you're talking about, so like if I pause this, right? You're talking about you would have metal tiles right there, and then, well, okay, oh there we go. You would then put like steam turbine. Let's pretend like it'd click, right? You would have it here, so that there's heat transfer from through the metal to the turbine. Is that what you're saying? Because I understand I'm trapping the heat in here. Like, I get that. I am absolutely trapping heat in here. But you would have the heat being released through the metal tile. And have the length, the hydrogen flows at the length of three. So you're talking about horizontally, right? So it would be metal all the way along here with a steam turbine, a steam turbine, and a steam turbine. And the steam turbines are effectively inactive, is what you're saying. They're just there to suck up the heat. No, of course. Because you're looking to dissipate the heat, right? I say that in response to this. The pump will be on the side furthest away from the vent. Like, of course, because you want the hydrogen to lose all its heat to the metal tiles. It would be hydrogen, metal tiles on top, steam on top of metal tiles, and then insulated tiles on steam, and steam... Oh, man. I would need to see a picture. I don't understand that sentence. Because what it seems to me you're saying, and it doesn't make sense to me if you are saying it, is we have hydrogen right here. Then you have a bunch of metal tiles. Steam on top, so there'll be water in this area here that generates steam. And then there would be insulated tiles here, so the steam is sandwiched in between. And then the steam turbine on top of that here. Okay, you are saying that. Now, so then the steam is not going into the steam turbines, right? The steam turbines are inactive. Is that correct? Because, and I really haven't used steam turbines much because I just haven't. It would seem to me, and I don't know what I'm talking about, but it would seem to me that the steam turbine, if they're on top of the insulated tiles, the steam is blocked. Don't you need to have airflow tiles for a steam turbine to get the steam? Oh! See, I didn't know that. I always assumed I had to do either airflow tiles or mesh tiles. Okay. I see what you're saying. Now that all makes sense. Now I understand. Yeah, my assumption was that the insulated tiles would prevent the steam from going into the turbines. I got you. Yeah, no, exactly. Steam turbines won't place if you don't have blocks. So the way I've played it previously, when I've tried to use them, I've always used airflow tiles. Right, or mesh tiles. I see what you're saying. All right. That is good information. That is good to know. I might try that. I make no promises about trying it in this game. Although that might be a viable option over here. Because of how the game has arranged stuff, that would be a very tight option here. I don't think I could make that work here. But yeah, what you're saying, it would make sense. I couldn't make that work over here. I have plenty of room here. Like, I'd have to move my generator. So I might not do that this colony, but something I might try in my next colony. Steam turbine stopped working if the ruiner is about 100 degrees. Yeah. Took a minute, but now, yeah. So, like, I'm a logic tutor, so I always find that, like, when someone doesn't understand something, including me, step one is, what are the assumptions that are being made in this scenario? And the assumptions is about how blocks work and how steam turbines work. But yeah, no, that's good advice, man. I appreciate that. Jesus Christ. You know, not you, Creative Look. I'm looking at this gobshite Iwalha who is copying and pasting spam to me, but they're so fucking incompetent. They're copying the quote marks that they were given in their little briefing. They're so fucking awful and useless. I hate these people. Yeah, what if my uncle, who has like 130,000 people, just give you some tips? Yeah, for free? You're just going to randomly give me tips for free? Sure, that's going to happen. Also, why is there a quotation mark at the end of your final sentence? That's a lie. These people are the fucking bacteria on the scrotum of humanity. Anyway, now that that asshole's been blocked, let's see if I can get a bionic dupe over here. Bristleberries. Ooh. Because there are no bristleberries in this environment naturally, on this planet. So the planet I'm doing here, I've branched out. For a long time I've mostly stuck myself with the basics, but this one is a squelchy asteroid. I decided to give it a, it's like I think the third choice in Spaced Out. So, you know, it's, well, how else to put it? It's squelchy, right? So it's mostly radioactive tundra swamp, lots of swamps, bit of jungle, and lots of marsh. Marsh? Yeah, so there's like, it was like, the starting biome was like polluted mud like everywhere. And that's why I have sublimators doing my oxygen work, because there was like so much polluted dirt available. It just made sense. But that means I don't have any bristleberries. So bristleberries, getting some bristleberry. Oh, they're just bristleberries. I don't have the seeds though. Feck. That's a pity. If there were bristleberry seeds, that would have been so good. Well, I'll just take the bristleberries. Sure. Disappointed! I don't think I have any colonies that I would be, quote, proud of, unquote. I mean, this one probably probably has my lowest body count in quite a while. I am not very good at this game. And that body count happened because I wasn't paying attention down here. And I thought I could dig a little bit into this abyssalite, just a smidge, and there was a ton of water down here. And I didn't realize that the abyssalite, which is supposed to be non-conductive, started at like 1400 degrees. So all the water down here just exploded into steam as soon as I dug out like the top layer. And everybody died. Everybody died. Except for one. Yeah, building all this ceramic, I mean, that is certainly an achievement. Like, no one can say having 1,000 whatever of ceramic is a small thing. What am I trying to research? Alright, we're still working on radiation. You know what? I'm actually going to turn these off because they are draining power for no, like, very ineffectually. And actually, I'm gonna cut the power here, so we don't even charge those batteries. We're just gonna ignore it completely, because it's just not doing anything for us, because they're not getting charged enough, because they're losing rads almost immediately, and all they're doing is sucking out power. And I'm very power constrained right now. How long do I have for you? I've got 13 days. Okay, so I wanted to block that off before it starts up again. You can turn off now. Thank you. You've done great work. You dug out the magma biome. Jesus. Will carrying to do a pleasant chit chat. Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's fun when it happens. Okay. Oh man, a polluted mud. That's the other reason. Okay. So I'm relying on polluted mud to generate a lot of my polluted water, which I need for the bog jelly, which I need to keep you alive. I didn't realize I was out of polluted mud. Polluted mud is organic? It is. I need... Oh, we got algae? Holy crap, we got algae. I don't need it, but that's a pleasant surprise. Slime, algae. Are you kidding me? Are you... What? Oh, there's polluted mud. Oh, it's this dark green. No, that's polluted dirt. Oh, come on. I'm not seeing the difference between these two colors. Okay, so one has circles and one doesn't have circles. Okay, that's the main difference. But that's, I'm not gonna see that. Not really. I don't have the vision for that. Dirt, mud, dirt. There's more there. There's two more up there. There's a little bit up here. Okay. Okay. The other save was the minibase that had the first ever rocket, and a liquid nitrogen and oxygen for the rocket. Damn. That is some proper engineering right there. I think I've had a sugar rocket and I've had a small petroleum engine. Those are probably the two best rockets I've had. I urgently, so very urgently, need polluted water. And it's so urgent, people are not going to live to do anything about it. Pipe. The good news is it doesn't have far to flow. You can just connect directly in there. No, that's bad. I don't want it to connect in there. I want it to connect here. So then it will go into the backlog. White is in, green is out. Okay. Assuming I haven't fucked that up. That should work. If it doesn't work, I'll connect it to there. But that should work. Now you're gonna need power. You know, we barely use anything on this grid. Oops. Let's just duplicate this grid. Let's just extend it all the way up here. What could possibly go wrong? It'll be fine. And then, because this is mission critical, we need to do that. That's all good. You don't need to apologize for not paying attention, like for having to do something else. I mean, I am here for your entertainment, insofar as I could possibly entertain people. Oh, we've got a sad panda. Are your tears freezing? Is that what's happening here? Why do we not have water? You should be making water here. That's weird. Well, alright, just be sad. Alright. Now, did I break the toilets? Is the real question. Oh, there's people using toilets. The toilets are flushing. I did not break the toilets. All right. And now, all our bog jelly is gonna get irrigated. Dun 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 dun, and as if by magic, they all spring back to life. There we go. All right, the colony is saved. Probably. I hope. We don't have any fertilizer, but that's fine. Okay, that's all full, and now, yeah, we're generating a backlog. That's what I desperately needed. And now, I'm just gonna leave that alone. Okay, that's one plate spinning again. Oh, the wall got built. Excellent. Okay. Cripes. I'm not sure. I don't think this... sorry, you were talking about a magma biome earlier on. I don't know if this place has an actual magma biome at its core. I haven't dug down far enough to see, but like I do have a bunch of volcanoes, like, in isolation. So my suspicion is that I'm not gonna have a separate magma biome, because like I already have all the magma I'm ever gonna want, and I want 0. So that's plenty of magma. But I do understand, like, magma biomes are great because of oil, right? Petroleum. So I am a little concerned about how I'm going to get plastic. You know, other than farming, what are they? Drex? Is it Drek? I want to say Drek. Yeah, Dracos. Other than farming those, I'm not too sure how I'm going to get magma. We're almost at a cobalt ore, actually. I got a whole bunch of critters that are going to starve if I don't get some cobalt ore. Let's do that, and then let's do that, and then let's do that. And that should work. You have 13 volcanoes. Like, yeah, volcanoes. Like, you don't mean vents, right? You mean actual volcanoes. Well, more power to you. I have never even attempted to capture a single volcano. I see magma and I'm like, I'm glad it's over there, and I am not going over there. Like, except, you know, for oil vents, because you need the oil vents. Okay. Okay. What I kind of desperately need is steel. And I keep putting off getting steel. I need to stop putting it off, and I need to... Do I even have iron ore, though? Okay, hang on. Wait. Okay, so I may have a deeper problem for steel, and that is there's no iron. Oh boy. Oh, there we go. Yeah, okay. We got plenty of iron ore here. Okay, I thought I was completely boned. I'm guessing there's no iron ore in this biome. Oh, wow. Oh, no, there's some iron. So, Squelchy Asteroid has basically no iron. Wow. Okay. Little fact about tiles and liquids boiling, you can instantly boil liquid as long as the tile is hot enough. Yeah, that makes sense. You use a really hot, a bit like to boil oil into petroleum. Doesn't that turn it into some other kind of awful gas, though? Like, yeah, doesn't that generate sour gas? Oh, and then you cool it down. Oh no, that doesn't. So, I'm a little confused, because if you boil petroleum, maybe I'm misreading. Boil oil into petroleum. Sorry, yeah, no, I'm misreading that. Hang on. I've done that backwards. I looked at the cost and I should be looking at a product. Oh, I see. No, that's petroleum, that's petroleum. So I want to start with... So if I start with petroleum... Okay, I don't understand what you're talking about, because the game says petroleum... Okay, no, you're doing it again, Brian. Oil. You're going to start with oil. Crude oil to petroleum. Oh, there we go. If you treat crude oil to 400 degrees, it converts into petroleum. I see. Oh, gunk will convert into petroleum? That's good to know. Yeah, so obviously, like, once the oil converts into petroleum, you either have to have something, you either have to have a tile that's between 400 and 500 degrees. That will work safely. That'll convert the oil into petroleum, but then the petroleum won't convert. Or you have to have a way to get the petroleum out of there immediately, right? But yeah, if you have it up between 400 and 500 degrees, you can do that conversion. Yeah, that's basically a free conversion, right? You can do the same thing with gunk, it turns out. Gunk, if you're not aware, is liquid vent drop oil from a height onto the hot abyss light and a boys oil in 5 kilograms. Yeah, I can see that. Gunk, if you're unaware, is what the bionic dupes pee. So the bionic dupes have their own toilets. And they pee out gunk. And the gunk can then be used. They need oil to lubricate their joints. You can then use, so you can use their pee to lubricate their joints. Is the short version of that logistics chain. They need gear bomb. And gear bomb is made from gunk and water. It's if we dilute their own pee, it turns into gear bomb. But yeah, it's interesting to know that I could play that same game. The oil was saying the bottom was, oh, because the petroleum is less dense. Interesting. Oh, yeah. Let me take a look at this blueprint. I think given the food shortage, barbecue is the way to go. Have we... Where was it? It was up here? Yeah, you don't need to be turned on anymore. I'm going to leave that off for a bit. Have we replaced all our cables here? We have replaced all our cables here. Phenomenal. So now we're going to replace all of these cables. Jesus. The amount of cobalt I've spent on this. It's like 4,000 kilos of cobalt. And I haven't even connected the two yet. So you'll need a constant supply of oil, at least not to have it going until the tile is cold enough not to boil anymore. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's going to be a temporary thing, right? Because the abyss light's not going to heat back up because it's got like thermal conductivity of allegedly 0, and yet it just starts super hot and then never cools down. Never takes in any more heat. What is it supposed to be? Yeah, thermal conductivity is 0, so it doesn't absorb heat. Seems weird to me that something that has a thermal conductivity of 0, I guess that's for taking heat away from something, not for passing it to something. Because I kind of, in my head, if something has a conductivity of 0, so like if we think about plastic and electrical conductivity, but then the plastic around electrical wire does not itself carry electrical charge. Like, to me, something that has zero conductivity means it is not a medium for that thing. So something has zero thermal conductivity. Vacuum, for example, has zero thermal conductivity, right? It does not hold heat. So in my head, if abyssalite has zero thermal conductivity, abyssalite should hold zero heat. But that's not how the game intends it to mean, and it also doesn't. That's also really specific. I'm thinking of really. I'm conflating specific heat capacity and thermal conductivity, I guess. Because there's no reason you can't charge a piece of plastic like we do, like with static electricity and balloons, for example. They do retain a charge, and then if you touch them to something else, they do pass that charge on. I mean, if you rub a balloon against your head, it gains a charge, right? So it does have some. Well, I guess. Well, in that case, its electrical conductivity isn't zero. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna stop. Game logic is not real life logic. The abyssalite is kind of a bug, but they remove it. Like, if they change the abyssalite, then you could still use the obsidian. Yeah, that's true. And the obsidian is going to keep getting, because that does have thermal conductivity. So that is going to be heated up by the magma. Why do you consider the abyssalite to be kind of a bug? Zero thermal. Okay. I don't think they intend that as a bug at all. I think they intend that to be like just weird. I think that's intentional. I don't. Like, basically, it's like neutronium, but you can use it because like neutronium is also zero, but also zero heat capacity. So I'm kind of fine with that. I don't consider it a bug at all. I think, yeah, it's definitely a weird material that we don't really have in reality, for sure. Who's calling me? So who's getting heat? What are you doing? Okay, no, I know about this. That's fine. Where's my medical bay? I do have a medical bay, right? Right? I do have a clinic. Where's my clinic? I do have a clinic. Okay, he's in the clinic. I love watching the bionic dupes. Not watching them pee, but watching them sleep. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, there is going to be some heat transfer, so, and I mean, I think the physics for this is internally, like, it's not necessarily externally real, but internally it's quite good. Because if you're talking about like 500 kilograms of abyssalite, that's at 1300 degrees with a specific heat capacity of 4, right? And you're dumping a mere 5 kilos of oil, that's going to go up hundreds and hundreds of degrees at only a very small cost of temperature from the abyssalite. That makes sense. Like, I can see the mathematical equation for that balancing. I love these guys. They're in the Matrix. One thing with dupes is you don't now have to burn your pure metals on microchips anymore with the bionic dupes, which is nice. Also, what made me very happy, I don't know how you're going to feel about this, but when the Bionic Booster came out, they gave abyssalite an actual functional use. So there is now one item, and I think only one item, that uses abyssalite. These eco power packs. So these are, I don't know how familiar you are with boosters, but power banks are basically food for dupes. So you convert metal into batteries, and your little bionic dupe can hold so many batteries. You're going to be the highest stress one. So let me jump here. So here, Stella. If I have a look at their status, I can see their power banks right here. Right? They've that many kilojoules left. So it's effectively calories, right? It's effectively food. So the the other power banks, like if you make a copper power bank, they will eat it and then it's gone. It's thrown away. So you're just burning metal. Whereas with the abyssalite ones, they are rechargeable. So the geotuner. I have never built a geotuner. I've looked at geotuners. Okay, maybe there's a second thing you can use them for. Copper, cobalt. I'm looking at a geotuner. Whoa, nothing about this yells abyssalite at me. Does it need abyssalite as fuel? That's just refined metal. Oh, I see. So you gotta then, depending on the vent that you're pointing at, you gotta... You know what? I'm gonna build a geotuner. I've never even built one. Alright, maybe I'm not gonna build one right this second. But I'm gonna build one in a minute, because yeah, I've never even used one. Guys, can we get this built, please? I really just want this built. Just build it. Stop faffing about and build the goddamn cable. Bleach stone for chlorine. Okay, that's interesting. So I've never used the geotuner, so I didn't realize it required that. But the geotuner, I guess, I mean, for me that's kind of a highly specific and rare use case. Whereas the eco batteries with the bionic dupes, they kind of turn that into a more common everyday use case. But that's merely opinion, right? That's not objective in any sense. So I'm not gonna die on that hill, like to break it down that way. Yes, you're all sad and you're burned and it hurts. I understand. Go get fixed. I'm a terrible person. I know. You're all very, very sad about having to work for me. Send more cobalt. Uh, 20% output's pretty good. At a 30-degree temperature cost is not that much. Muckroot. How are you for food? You are now fine for food. You know what? You guys can have the muckroot. I'm sure it's going to be super delicious. There you go. Enjoy. When do you turn back on? You turn back on... So, like, adding 30 degrees to this would do nothing. Right? Absolutely nothing. But an extra kilogram, like an extra, what, 1.2, 1.4 kilograms per second? That's a big come up. That's pretty good. Why? Who? What? Why is there pure cobalt over there? I know why it's there, so that is part of my system, but why? Can we please move this, like... Okay, seriously. Let's go. Stop screwing around. That's screwing around, Frankie. That's better. And one more batch, and we should be good. Okay. I guess we're all bringing it anyway. It's fine. Excellent. Yeah, you can reach those. Well, maybe let's not do them just yet. Let's do everything else first. I also have a mod I'm running here, you will probably notice, that allows my dupes to reach one extra square above their head. So they can go, if they're going straight up, they can reach 5. If they're going out to the side, they can only go 4. So just lest you spot that and get confused as to what's happening. I'm also noticing that a whole bunch of digging that I wanted doing isn't being done, and I don't know why. So we're just going to do that because we need the cobalt. Pipe blocked. Because that pipe is broken for some reason. Oh, what's happening to these pipes? What is going on? You're at 80 degrees. But your melting point is 900. Why? Why are you getting damaged? What's going on? Cold damage. But you're at 46, you're 41 degrees. What the fuck? The water? The water? What do you mean cold damage? It's 23 degrees. Yeah, I believe. Yeah, I have that one. See, if I scroll up and move down, it wraps it to the right. Yeah, I have that one as well. It's a really good UI mod. But I don't see... So, You know, yeah, no, you're probably right about that. I just didn't see any water in the actual pipe. That's why I was kind of confused. I saw CO2 in the pipe, but I didn't see any steam in the pipe. Right? That was part of my confusion. I really hope you're not trapped. I guess I'll find out in a moment. You shouldn't be trapped. You should be able to make those jumps out of here. And you're just being very productive. Yep, we're golden. Excellent. Oh, 365 cycles. Yeah, I don't care. Oh, I'm out of coffee. I also have a thing that when something drops down, like anything collapsible drops, it's auto marked for digging. There should be a mod list in the description of the game. If you're curious. And if you're not curious, that's 100% okay too. You know what? Let's just do that, because I think we're out of storage boxes. Who are you again? You're Ruby. Hey, Ruby can upgrade. And Ren can upgrade. And Freya can upgrade. Frankie, we're going to leave where he is for the moment. And same with Marie. Steve can run faster. Sonyar, let's get you another So you're cooking, and you are the absolute monster at cooking. So I have now plus 20 cooking. And now we're gonna redecorate that, please. Oh, that's a masterpiece. Yeah, don't touch that. Yes, I'm using the storage bin to hold debris, and yes, I need a lot of storage bins, absolutely. That is the solution the game has provided for me, and I am happy to use it. Okay, so let's build this thing and see what this looks like. These tanks are full, and this is empty. That is unsurprising. If I capture this guy... Did I not put a release thing down here? I thought I put a fish... Weird. I could have sworn I put a fish release thing down here. No matter. That'll do. We'll put that there. And... fish trap. We'll see if we can capture this guy before he dies. We will stick there. Come on, Bert. Move it along, Bert. You're taking too long, Bert. Come on, trigger already. You little dick. Don't make me mop up all that other water. There you go. Excellent. Nope, I haven't used that one at all. If I look at my mod list, they're mostly just very simple UI mods with very few tweaks. Let's go to my collection. No matching fonts were found for Brian. That's weird. Oh, right, because you're doing favorites. Let's not do favorites. Let's do Carney Manager? The fuck? Let's just go subscribed items. So I have planned buildings without materials. So that will let me, even if I don't have the materials, I can paste down stuff. So like if I wanted to, with this geoturn, there's a geoturner, there's a geoturner, there's a geo, even though I don't have enough materials, right? However, if I haven't discovered the material, it won't let me plan. So anything, because I haven't... What just happened there? Oh, new printables. So if I haven't unlocked... Like, I haven't discovered plastic, right? So I can't plan anything that requires plastic. And likewise for steel. Research queue allows me to put multiple research items in a queue. That's no longer useful right now because radiation and data packs are kind of my bottleneck. Bigger camera zoom out lets me zoom all the way out, which is so much better than the usual limit. These are calculated average total. I thought that would be more useful than it actually is. So like, that's a bad example. So for here, like it says, the average output over time is actually this much, including like downtime. Crack Reacher is what lets you reach up a little bit higher. Wounded go to medbed. I think it automatically assigns wounded to medical beds. Because like previously you kind of have to tell them to do it. Sweep and sweep by type means that when I sweep, here's my sweep list. So I can actually specify the exact thing to sweep, which is very helpful. I got a couple more mods, but we've already discussed those. Do I not have to show range? Weird. It doesn't say. So there was a thing. I can't remember what the thing is. But like after you've made it, I think it doesn't show the range or something. So I'm pretty sure I had some mod that made this on more often than it usually is. I can't remember what the deal is. There was something about that bothered me, and I had a mod that fixed it, but it's not in my subscribed mod list, so I don't know what's going on. Yeah, those are all the mods. Not counting, there's one more mod. And that mod, because there's something about mod integration and workshop integration with Oxygen not included means that mods won't auto update. So like if you install stuff with Vortex, right, Vortex will check for updates. And other games will tell you, you know, that a new update is available. But there's something about Oxygen not included that doesn't do that. But there is a mod that when you boot up, it will automatically check the workshop for updates to all of your mods and get them directly. It'll just go download them for you. So that's the last mod I have. So most of the stuff I have is quality of life stuff. I could use the sweeper for sure. The extended range on the sweeper, that would be fine. But I kind of feel, yeah, it's a little short, but I also kind of feel it's balanced for what it is. So I'm not mad at it per se. I'm not mad at it. That's the wrong way to put it. I don't feel like updating it. Is I guess my point. I'm happy to leave it where it is. It doesn't bother me enough to change. Hey, we got some bionic dupes. Okay. I want a bionic dupe over here. This might be a mistake, but here we go. You're going to come with extreme digging, and you're going to come with electrical engineering. Coming in with electrical engineering is the better option. Config. And let's give you the medical booster as well, so that way you can make the gear bomb oil that you need. Oh wow, you're upgraded already. I might want to do something on oxygen in that room. Let's put some airflow tiles in there. Oh, we're getting... Are you guys manually putting dirt in there? You guys being ridiculous. I feel like you're being ridiculous. Lyle? I don't know what Lyle is. Maybe you're typing in the wrong window? That used to be a thing. It's not so much a thing anymore, but a long time ago that used to be a thing. Why? What is this doing? Oh, it's feeding my oxyferns. Okay. Okay. So this guy over here should be starting up in a day. 2 days, okay. I need steel, he says, again. So to get steel, I need iron ore. And I know there's iron ore on this map. Yes, there it is. Oh wow, aluminium ore and iron ore, basically the same color. But they are quite visually distinct when you stop looking at their colors. So, what am I going to do? I think these ones just build a ladder straight up. What's in here? Vacuum. Yeah, that's fine. And then we'll sneak a little peek at this afterwards. This place could probably get away with like 5 eco power banks as well. And then we need a charger. All right, this tree's in the way. Okay, you know what? I'm not going to uproot that tree. We'll clear this space out instead. It should only take a minute or two. I'm sure there isn't a lot there. Right? Right? It's only going to take a minute. Yeah? Yep, we're good. Excellent. And then we'll put our power thing here. You're not over pressure, right? No, you're not. Good. When are you active again? Oh, 10 days from now. Okay. Lots of oil. Do you mean how long will I be streaming for today, or do you mean how long have I been streaming for in general? I don't quite understand the scope of the question. Oh, today? Probably another 2 or 3 hours. It's 2:30 Pacific time right now, so I'll probably wrap up between 5 and 6 p.m. I'm not sure. Now, fish, did that Pacu die? Oh, must have died. Don't see him. That's a shame. Did our geotuner get completed? It did, okay. Oh yeah, okay, I see what you mean. So like a hydrogen event right there, that requires abyssalite. And that would give 52 grams per second more for FP32. Yeah, that's a straight 20% plus and only 15 extra degrees, which is 3% extra temperature? Like, that's a steal right there. That's a really good deal. Oh, are you telling me about... Does this have spoilers? Is this telling me about geysers I don't know about? I think it is. I don't think I know about... I don't think I know about our natural gas geyser. Maybe I do and I just don't remember seeing it? I don't know where this natural gas geyser is that it's talking about. Okay. I kind of don't want any of these things, I don't think. Although we're fairly well balanced over here. I think what, we've got 7 people here. Where's the bedroom? Okay. Okay, hang on. Let me make sure I've got this right. Stella needs a bed on her own. Marie snores. Marie needs a bed on her own. Okay, that's Marie's bed. That's fine. Frankie is fine. Steve is fine. Freya is fine. Ruby, Night Owl, Binge Eater, you're fine. You don't need a bed on your own. Ran does not need a bed as well. Okay, so Ruby, where's she gone? Here we are. Okay, Ruby, you need to sleep over here, Ruby. Stella needs to sleep there or she's going to keep people awake. Are these made out of granite? They are, okay. Now with that in mind, it wouldn't hurt to have someone else who's also good at cooking. Alright, so let's bring in tidying, doctoring, cooking. Bubbles. Alright, Bubbles. Tidying, doctoring, and cooking. And your skills. Let's start you off with some compounding. Stila, no, you're at 10. That's it. That's your limit. You're cut off. No more for you. Did I not give you a hat? I'm sorry, Bubbles. I did not give you a hat. That is an oversight. Let me fix that. You need to have your hat. Alright, let's... If we do that... We have iron ore. We have 11 ton of iron ore. Phenomenal. Alright. Oh, there's even more iron ore here. Keep going. Oh, and there's the surface. Found it accidentally. Now, the question is, do I want to smelt the iron here, or do I want to send it back to the other colony? Where people are obviously more skilled. Oh, there's loads more iron over here. Ethanol. Oh wow, we've got soy as well. Excellent stuff. Yeah, my wrap-up time is usually between 5 and 6 p.m. because at that point I could use some food. Because I usually have breakfast around, I don't know, 11 or 12. And then 5 or 6 hours of streaming. So that usually brings me till between 5 and 6 p.m. depending. Sometimes at 7 p.m. I don't really notice. But at that point, you know, I could use more food. What's the temperature of water like? A balmy 12 degrees. Very nice. Why are all 10 of these assigned? Oh, they're not. It's just lit up just to confuse me. Oh, okay, that's fine. The game's just being a jerk to me. I understand. Don't dig the plants! Oh, there's a plant here. Oh, Murphy. How do I get more oxyfern seeds? I find that frustrating to try and figure out. I don't know, I think I might do the metal refinery here. We just refine all the metal over there, and that way it keeps the heat out of this colony. Would probably hurt to turn the gas pump on, Brian. There we go. That door, oh, it is two-way, okay. Of course, you repaired the one that needed it least, but sure. Let me just sweep metal ore. We have power. How you do these things? Table salt. 1 table salt, 5 grams, 1 seed is 100, so you can limit the storage bin. Okay, I appreciate the heads up. I am not interested in using any kind of duplication bugs or exploits, but thank you for letting me know. I'm very interested in like in-game mechanics for doing these things, but that feels like to me it's a bug. And like you're welcome to use it if you like in game. There's no judgment. I don't, you know, everyone can play the game however they want. I would prefer not to use those kinds of duplication options. Alright, we are now, our power generation is now firing on all cylinders. You guys get tuned, right? Even, I remember checking this, I think they get tuned even if the power control station doesn't make microchips. Pretty sure it still works. Oh, I don't need that, I already have it. Alright, I need sand. Thank you, game. That is not sand. I will take the omelets, though. I need filtration media. There's sand over there, and there's sand down there. Let's... if you don't mind me asking, and you can limit it to, like, nation, where in the world are you? Well, you can limit it to whatever you're comfortable with. I'm just kind of curious where you are, where signal is an issue. I mean, there are certainly spots in Ireland, like in Canada, lots of spots in Canada where signal is an issue. But I'm just kind of curious. Why is this not being repaired? I would really like that to be repaired. I should have taken this geyser's dormancy period to build a better setup. I fucked up. And I have to wait 113 days before I can really get this working again. Could somebody please repair my gas pump? Why are you not repairing the gas pump? It's broken. Fix the gas pump, guys. In the Dakotas. Oh, I got you. Okay. I'm guessing it's a relatively rural area, so because there's similar issues in Canada. Like there's like in Canada. So I'm in Vancouver, BC. So there's like 5 or 6 main population areas in Canada, like the major cities. And then once you're outside those areas, there's fuck all cell service. Most cell companies haven't even bothered. Even if you live in other, you know, I'm Irish, so when I say reasonably sized population centres, I mean any town in Ireland. Once you have that in Canada, cell services is spotty at best. Like if you're up in Yellowknife, for example, which is Oh, in a metal building. Oh, yeah, you're basically in a Faraday cage. Yeah, I got you. A naturally occurring Faraday cage. Well, natural, but you know what I mean. A self-generating Faraday cage. Oh, no, no, no. Crap. Crap. Yeah, no. I saw that mistake happening right as I did it. Stranding my poor little dupe. I don't understand why they're not repairing my gas pump. I know they can reach it. I hate it when they do this shit. I hate it, and I can't figure out the fucking problem. We have cobalt ore. They are able to get there. They will walk into that temperature gas to repair the other gas pump. But they won't repair the one I need them to repair. This is immensely frustrating. Oh, now he's repairing it. Son of a bitch. I don't want to hate my dupes, but I'm getting goddamn close. You just want to scream at the screen, why are you doing it this way? The only place you get a terrible... Outside you get a terrible thing like your sisters. Okay, ultimately, if you use it for power, that's good. But you need more power, you boil it to several gas, liquefy it to get methane, then boil that to get natural gas. And that is a much more powerful output than using petroleum for power. Makes sense. The central issue with all of these ideas is I am very lazy. And that sounds like a whole lot of work. And, you know, so I'm not into these complex chains. I understand they are far more efficient and functional, but I'm just like, I don't get a lot of satisfaction out of completing them, necessarily. Are we good? We're good. Excellent. So let's turn you on. Yeah, I've seen people talk about them all right. Seems like an interesting system in concept for sure. I just don't really have the patience for trying to put it together. I mean, you can see me lose my patience with the goddamn auto repair of just a gas pump, right? Like why that's not working. You can only imagine how out of my mind I'm going to go if I have to try and fight with a more complex system than that. Which I'm sure will work and be very straightforward, but one little hiccup and I'll be tearing my hair out. Grubfruit seed, yeah, I'll take the grubfruit seed. Okay, it looks like I've gotten a lot of sand. So I got my filters back. How are we doing for the old iron ore over here? We appear to have mined out most of the iron ore. That was almost all of the iron ore on the map. We have pure iron on the surface. Okay, there's a little bit of iron ore down here. Where's that iron ore? Wow, it's over here by the bees. Okay. I don't see a quick and easy way in there. Okay. So this geyser, what is this geyser? Incapacitated. Whoa, 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 whoa. Gizmo, buddy, pal. What you do? Okay, rescued. There's a relief. Yep, they got saved. They were just, you know that ridiculous setup I have where I've got gas pumps right beside the hydrogen vent? Yeah, he was repairing that. And I guess he was already injured when he went in there to repair it, because normally they don't get incapacitated just by wandering in there for an initial repair. But fortunately, because he is a bionic dupe, he has he's an oxygen tank, so, you know. Yeah, it does, unfortunately. I have a bit of a backlog, but yeah. These vents are kind of central to my whole thing. I need to rearrange this setup. I need to make this... I need to change this into a way that it's not lethal to my dupes. Either by setting up an atmosphere suit checkpoint so that I can put the suits on to repair that stuff. Actually, that's probably the easiest way, actually. It's still fairly intensive for cobalt because I keep got a burning cobalt to repair it. But to dissipate the heat, yeah, I've done it a couple times. To be honest, I haven't done it so far in this game because, and this is silly, I've been mostly sitting in hope that I would come across some gold amalgam, so I could build it out of gold amalgam. Which, honestly, given that it's at 132 degrees, would not fix the problem. Well, yes and no. I mean, if these gas pumps were made out of steel, they wouldn't be breaking down. That's the other thing as well. So, the other issue was there was no iron in my starting asteroid. Oh, I just found a natural gas geyser. So, if I start producing steel, I can convert those guys to steel, and that would also kind of solve the problem. Alright, I'm going to leave this at regular speed. I'm going to go get a cup of coffee. Or boil a kettle. I'll be back in a minute. But yeah, the steam turbine idea is the ideal solution. I just don't know how much I'm going to have to remodel to it. I'll be back in a sec. Right, and I just remembered the other kind of fly in the ointment for the steam turbine is that requires plastic, which I don't have. There's another way to get plastic. Plastic monomer. Right, I can get it from nectar. So the nectar is from the Frosty Planet pack. I don't have a cold enough biome to produce nectar. So that hydrogen gas area. So the ambient temperature in there is like 130, 140 degrees. A steel gas pump will have a damage point of like 325. Wait, no, it's 275 degrees. Like the gas pump that I have in there is only hitting 130 so degrees. Like, to be honest, between the temp shift plates I have in there and the gas being pumped out, I would almost get away with gold amalgam. Gold amalgam is almost good enough. Steel, I don't think I will ever need to worry about it breaking down. Like, as ham-fisted as my method is, it does maintain the temperature below 200 degrees. But yeah, I have no way. I haven't even seen oil anywhere on either of the two planets I've been to, or Dracos. So plastic is off the table, which means steam turbines are off the table. It's not an option. Can't do it. That said, that doesn't mean I can't dissipate some of the heat using metal tiles, right? They can still eat some of the heat, even if they're not being used to, even if the heat doesn't get used to produce steam, right? Because like having a bisylite directly above this hydrogen just means none of that heat gets deleted. None of it gets used up at all. But even if the heat doesn't get channeled into something useful, I mean, there's no reason I can't put like a tub of water above this thing, right? And it just heats up the water very slowly. And because you need plastic to make the steam turbine, and to make plastic I need one of three things. I need Dracos, or I need petroleum, or I need nectar. And I can't produce any of those things right now. There is no petroleum on any of the maps that I have. Nowhere is cold enough to produce nectar. And I have not seen any Dracos. So that's why it's off the table. Like, I do like that Frosty Planet introduced a new way to get plastic via nectar, but I need to be at like minus 30, minus 40 degrees, I think, in order to make that happen. Like, I see magma, right? Those volcanoes I mentioned earlier, but I don't see any... One, I don't see any oil lying around. Two, I don't see any oil vents anywhere. This second asteroid I have, hang on, let me zoom out. Okay, so the squelchy planet I'm on. Oh, okay, no, hang on. So there are theoretically oil reservoirs somewhere in my starting planetoid, according to the overview from space. And there is an oily biome as part of this planet type, right? So those are possibilities. I just haven't found them. I have to dig down. And in the second planetoid I have... I don't even know what type it is. I don't know what to call it, but it does have a tundra biome, so it is possible. It's not likely, but it's possible for me to get down to... Oh yeah, no, I got some negative 67 temperature. So, man, with some sun lamps, I would need, one, to dig into that area, 2, get sun lamps, 3, find a tree that produces nectar, 4, find some spigot pumps, and then 5, put them all together. Yeah, okay, let's just say no to nectar. Nectar's not happening. But the oily biome, okay, is possible. Oh, I see. That's an interesting way to do it. If I get desperate, I might do that, but I like having to dig into it a little bit and kind of explore to figure out what event is. Like, I like having that restriction. So, but that said, I mean, there are times where I'm desperate to know what something is, or something's like so out of the way it's inconvenient. But I appreciate the heads up. You know, you've probably heard the phrase that some games, some people, by way of efficiency, they take all the fun out of the game. You can overly
you can make a game overly efficacious where it's not fun. So like the definition of a game my background's in philosophy, and in philosophy of games, one of the definitions of games is any game with art. Like what a game is a series of objectives with artificial barriers. Like the barriers aren't there, and the thing is, the barriers are the thing that make the game. If you take the barriers away, you're actually making it less gamey. So I usually have that in mind when people talk about different ways to do things. Like the infinite storage. Well, the restriction on storage is one of the things to work on. Now, don't get me wrong. There are some games. So, for example, Diablo, where you're playing Tetris with your backpack, is just like fuck off. That's so much effort. There's no payoff. This thing where I have to build storage boxes, like you're not wrong that I need 1 million storage bins to store all the debris. You're not wrong, but that's not something I really have to manage, right? I just build them and the dupes look after it all. So it's not bothering me. So I'm kind of careful about what game limits I circumvent. The 1 square higher thing, like you've seen even with the mods I have, like some of them are obviously bypassing certain restrictions. So like having a dupe reach that 5th square above their heads, that bypasses the restriction. But I also think I don't like that restriction. It just rubs me the wrong way, because I mean you should be able to reach up more than you reach out to one side. That just geometrically makes sense. Yeah, that's true. You can. Oh, I see what you mean by the infinite thing, right? So you're just dumping stuff 1 square. I accidentally do that, I guess, because I do use a dispenser and I do end up with a massive pile of goods sometimes. No, you're 100% right on that one. I, however, almost always set up an auto sweeper to then pick that stuff up and dump it into storage in the area. So you're not wrong though. Alright, my kettle just popped. I'll be back in a minute. Alrighty, I'm back. Okay. So, I do have a cool salt slush geyser that I'm not doing anything with. So what I'm thinking is, I could put a whole bunch of metal tiles above this hydrogen vent. Maybe, or do I have any better than metal tiles? Maybe not metal tiles. Yeah, metal tiles. Okay, so they're the heat conducting tiles. So I could put a layer too thick above the hydrogen vent and just dump like several metric tons of brine directly above it, and that would eat a chunk of heat out of that hydrogen. And if I put like, I don't know, 10 or 20,000 kilos of brine down there, that'll just absorb the heat. It's not gonna be helpful. It's not gonna be able to. I'm not gonna be able to use it for anything. But it's also only gonna slightly warm up. It'll be a good heat sink. A rocket melon apno helmet. A melon for your melon. That is a... Actually, that's a neat looking graphic. I like that one. That's a nice little clothing item. Well, yeah, we are doing tuning. Excellent. Where does it mention it? Oh, it says it on the status. Okay. Power output 50%. Excellent. Okay. Some temp shift plates against the metal tiles. Yep, makes sense. I kind of, because I've got temp shift plates behind all the gas pumps, I kind of have that a little bit already. So some of that's already in place. The only real difficulty is getting in there and building the metal plates without my guys dying. But I think they can. Oh, I got wort seed. Another wort seed. Excellent. But I think they can dig pretty fast. At this point, that's not a huge concern. Why don't we do it just 2 tiles at a time? Jesus, get out of there, Harold. Okay, Harold lost 60% health, taking out 1 tile. Okay, so... And that one's unreachable. So we're going to need a ladder. Okay, so... Harold, if you wouldn't mind, let's change that from urgent to just 9. So nobody leaves bed to do it. Oh wow, metal tiles use actual refined metal. That is gonna be expensive. on, Meep. Get out of there, Meep. You've done enough. Don't dig that, Meep. God damn it, Meep. Meep tried to be a hero and lost 88% of their health. Tried to be a hero is not fair. They were a hero. That was a job that needed doing, and they did it. Let me know when you're back. Let's flip colonies. Alright, you are active again, which is good. Hey, we're up to 600 kilos of cobalt. Okay. Incapacitated? God damn it, Gizmo. Okay, that's... Oh, I see. This is full. That's why it stopped pumping. Yeah, that's not going to work. I need another one of these. What have you got in here? You have polluted oxygen and oxygen. See? Hey, welcome back. Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure I've heard of stationeers. I don't have it. Oh, right, it's in early access still. Oh, they have a lot of cosmetic DLCs. Okay. Yeah, it looks similar in some ways to Astroneers. I feel like either I've played a demo of it, or let me just look at Astroneer real quick. Oh, okay. So the modular designs and plugins just look very similar to Astroneer. Like 99% of the game looks totally different, but just the sockets look similar. That's why I thought I might have played it. Interesting. I am following stationeers. I'm kind of... Wow, it's been in early access 7 years? Jesus. 7.5 at this point. Two updates a month is pretty good. I would definitely be interested in giving it a go at some point, but I'm... Rub one requires banners. Okay, so I do. So it's more than cosmetic. Hope I did. Yeah, I can see. I do see it said HEM Droid Species Pack, and this is run Species Pack. I kind of assumed they were just cosmetic because the others are cosmetic. But okay, there's different game mechanics. That's interesting-ish. I have to say I'm kind of wary of a $45 game that wants me to drop, another, and I'm talking Canadian here, right? So whatever it is in the US is whatever it is in the US, but it's 45 in Canada. And then I'm looking at another $30 just to get the starting species. I mean, that, I understand the need to make money, but I mean, you're starting at $45. You're not. It's not a cheap game in the first place. So that kind of rubs me the wrong way. That's a whole lot of money. Granted, like I'm looking at their update notes, and their update notes are fucking huge. Their change logs are massive, so they're clearly doing work. Grant that. And this isn't whatever. This is clearly not Star Citizen level of screwing people. I don't know. It's just a lot of money they're looking for upfront for an incomplete game that's been in early access for 7 years, and they're still marking it as in like version 2, like 0.2 is the version number. No, I understand that starting species have to be different because there's coding of. I get that. That is, but that's true of every single game that have a different starting species. And yeah, no, I pretty much only buy games on sale as well. I'm on welfare, so I'm very poor, right? Well, not every game, but 99% of the games I get, I either get them super cheap in like bundles, or some other way, right? Like for example, Xbox Game Pass. Oh fuck! Who died and why? Gizmo, why are you all the way down there? God damn it! Okay. I feel the issue may be that I just don't have enough triage beds, so injured dupes are doing ridiculous nonsense. Man, he had 3 strength boosters. He had a lot of boosters. He was like fully upgraded Bionic dupe. Damn it, Gizmo! What do you mean water damage? What's getting damaged by water? Is it Gizmo that's getting damaged by water? But Gizmo's dead. Water damage. Something's getting damaged by water. I really hope it's not the boosters. Oh, I think this is a bug. I think it is Gizmo. Because the health bar is jumping back up. Oh, something just exploded. What the hell? Oh, the power banks! The power banks get damaged if they're in water. Oh my god, I never saw that before. That's kind of hilarious. That explains why I keep finding power bank scraps. Alright, let's make some spare triage beds that are very much a secondary. Why are these not priority 9? That are outside of the clinic, so they're going to be less functional, but they're going to be emergencies. Or at least 4 emergencies. I see your message about the phone call. I appreciate the heads up. It's all good. You do you. I guess I need a new bionic dupe. Let's get some construction done urgently. This is a silly thing to do, but it needs to be done. Because it's screwing up my gas. Very much a stopgap. Yep, I was out of triage beds. Damn it. Maybe make these 8. So we'll use the ones inside the clinic first, I hope. Sure, no, I understand what you're saying. Like, I'm not saying the game's not fun, right? And I think if you're getting if you're getting a lot of personal satisfaction from the game, then that's fine. And I don't mean to say that, oh, this game asks for money, therefore it's automatically bad. I don't mean that at all. What I mean is that when I see a game with a handout like this, asking for money, how do I put this? What Stationeers is doing with regards to funding is different to what you generally see in the games industry. That's what I mean. And I don't mean the AAA or even AA industry, I mean even in the indie industry, right? What you would typically see is, for a game for this kind of funding, wouldn't necessarily be starting species are released as separate entries in DLC. What you would typically see is maybe either a GoFundMe and or a Patreon page, and that's moving more in Star Citizen direction. But what you would see is funding tiers. So take Against the Storm. I don't know if you're familiar with Against the Storm, but it's a game, if you look at my Twitch stream, I've been playing it quite a lot recently. But they added, I think ultimately in the game, before the most recent DLC, there was like five species. Frogs, beavers, lizards, humans, harpies. That seems about right. So there's 5 species in the game, right? And in the GoFundMe, before they introduced foxes during the early access, that was a boost goal, right? That was if the funding reaches this threshold, we will include this in the base game, right? And that is a more standard approach to starting species in a game. And that's why, and asking for money from individuals who want to use that species. No, I understand that. But I mean, put it in the base game. Like, what the fuck are you doing on day one? Like, not even day one, day minus 1000, 3 years before the game hits 1.0, asking for money for this additional content. Like, what the fuck? Have funding goals. Set it as a funding threshold. And that way people can collectively make the game as a whole better, rather than this individualistic, hey, I paid $13, I got to play this. There's a secondary cost to players here that isn't necessarily obvious, and the secondary cost is only a very small percentage of players are now going to use that additional species. Yeah, like if it was pure if the DLCs were all cosmetics, I wouldn't care about that. I'd be like, okay, I see, this is a funding DLC, that's fine. But when it's game mechanics, so what I was getting at is, let's say one of these DLC species is buggy in some way, right? If only 10% of the player base or 5% of the player base have bought that species and used that species, that's now a much smaller concern in the shit we need to fix list, right, for the actual devs. Just because a much smaller amount of people who were likewise paying customers and who in fact paid more than other people have it, but a much smaller proportion of the player base have it. So there's disincentives for the devs to fix problems with that or to address balance with that. So again, I've emphasized at release, right? I'm emphasizing at release. The Bionic Boosters is the third DLC to come out from ONI. And that came out years after the base game. Years and years and years after the base game. Same with Against the Storm, the game I mentioned. They also have a DLC that adds a new species to the game. Right? But again, that DLC, years afterwards. It's not like they designed and built the new species prior to the game's release, but purposefully did not include it in the base game just so they could charge extra money. Like, that to me just smells wrong. Like, if you're still building the base game, the DLC that's not the base game. Go work on the fucking base game. And again, I'm not saying hard rule, fuck these guys. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying it's out of step with standard practices, and it strikes me as kind of dodgy. Makes me wary. Wary doesn't mean I will never touch this game in a million years. Wary means I will probably take an extra hour or two doing research on the game before I decide to buy it. Okay, dude, creative look, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying the DLC were added at the same time. I'm saying the game's not in 1.0. There should not be game mechanic DLCs before 1.0. Any game mechanic development, all game mechanic development should be base game mechanic development. Build the game before you build mechanic-based DLC. Finish the fucking game. Because you're, like, again, the third problem is you're taking time away from development of the base game purely to build something to make some extra money. Right? That means people who bought the extra early access to support the game are essentially being told they have to wait longer because we need a $10 or $14 DLC to go out the door before we finish the product that you paid for. That's just off. Well, the threshold for me is 1.0 version of the game. The game is not 1.0, so... and yeah, all the games, all DLC on Steam have a release date. So yeah, you can absolutely see in relation to release date, but the game is still at like the latest release notes are, say, version 0.2. Right? So right now, all DLC are pre 1.0 release, and that's the cutoff as far as I'm concerned for developing game mechanics. The Droid Pack, Jesus, the Droid Pack came out in June 2019, right? So 2 years after early access release, the Droid Pack came out. The Xyrillian species, also June 2019, so they were developed in tandem 2 years into early access. 5 years ago, they put these out. I'm not saying it's evil, I'm saying it's sketchy. Because, like, if you look at any other games, I'm not sure about Clay exactly. I don't know about their DLC plans. I do know for Against the Storm, they certainly had an idea about frogs way back even during game development. But I mean, development for that DLC didn't begin until the game was done. Because, you know, people have paid for this other product, and you need to finish the thing people pay for because they paid for it, and that was kind of the deal. Why are we not auto-repairing again? I'm so confused. I hate it when auto-repairs, they're just not repairing it. I don't know why. What is going on here? Salt, salt, salt. Okay, let's get that salt. Why not? Why are these boosters not getting swept? Yeah. But, I mean, Clay is also it was also an established company at this point, so they had a decent sized team. I don't know how big or how small the team is for Stationeers, so I don't know we can necessarily compare them. I'm like how long something's in early access isn't really a huge deal for me. It's more like you're in early access and you're asking for money for DLC. Like stop making DLC. I mean, obviously, they've stopped making DLC now, right? The DLC was way back in 2019. But you know, they can only put resources in certain places, right? If you're supposed to be making a game, and people are paying for that game, and are paying early access to fund that game, go make that game. Your resources should not be going into DLC for that game. That seems inappropriate. Essentially, you're spending other people's money to try and just make more money, rather than providing those people with what they paid for. Acres. Yeah, and like their update cycle is huge. Like I can see they do a lot of updates, right? So look, where I'm kind of coming from is, I don't know. Are you familiar with Star Citizen at all? Let's start there, maybe. I think you might understand where I'm coming from a little bit if we talk about Star Citizen a little bit. Okay, so Star Citizen is another fan kind of supported game where it's a spaceship game, but we're talking like players can pay for spaceships with real money for the game. Right, so the guy running this, constantly developing new ships. Not just game mechanics, but new spaceships in the game that are, you know, theoretically you can get these spaceships in play, maybe, right? But otherwise you're paying like, and I shit you not, 500 USD for these ships. Right? Now this game is still in really early access. It's not a game you can just, I don't think it's on Steam, but it's a game you have to pay a lot of money for. Citizen. Yeah, it's not even listed on Steam. Unless Steam is hiding it from me. No, it's not. Oh, 11 titles have been excluded based on preferences. Show me everything. Okay, no, Star Citizen is not being listed, so it's not on Steam. Sure, but like in Star Citizen, it's absolutely a grift. It's absolutely a grift and a scam. Completely. And it's not the first game. So I'm an old man in my 40s, right? I've been around a long time. There's a phrase which I don't know how old you are, but you may have heard, you may not have, called vaporware. And vaporware is related to software in that it's software that fundamentally, ultimately doesn't exist. The end product doesn't exist. And it's been around for a long time. The idea of vaporware, where you end up paying for products that just never get provided. So when I see people a game in early access and they're going to hand out looking for extra money for other things, I get nervous, right? Oh no, Stella, you're gonna die. You're gonna die. Get out of here, Stella. Now, move. You absolute goon. God damn it. Get out. Oh, you're so slow. You're so slow. You're incapacitated. You're falling. At least you're on the ladder. Please, somebody go rescue Stella. Son of a bitch. Okay, she's rescued. You know, that's my fault for using emergency orders. That's on me. Should not have done that, because that pulls him off the bed. Okay. Yeah, so anyway, so my point is that we have to be wary of scams out there, and I just get concerned. And again, not to say, I don't think the people at Astroneers, from the looks of it, I mean, because they're way too active with updates and changes for it to be a scam. They're way too active. Stuff like Star Citizen, the only updates it gets is when new ships are being released for people to pay real money for. Those are the only updates Star Citizen gets. It doesn't get actual gameplay updates, right? But Star Citizen is kind of like the extreme case. And I mean, given that they haven't had any other species updates since 2019, no other species DLC, I'm kind of like, alright, fair enough. It looks like it was a one-time early thing. I don't really like it, but it's not a pattern, so sure, it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. And I will figure out if I want to give them my money later. The fact that I'm following it probably means that I've watched someone play it a bit. Is the problem that all the cobalt ore is inaccessible? Is that the problem? Is that why they're not repairing it? That would seem like a silly reason to not repair stuff. But maybe that's the problem. All the cobalt ore is just like at the far end of the colony or some nonsense. Okay, let's do some sweep orders. If it's metal, go goddamn sweep it up. And that might get us somewhere. What's all this? Cobalt ore that is stuck. Okay. Because somebody did a silly. God damn it. Okay, so we're gonna have to deconstruct this ceiling just to get to these. That is ridiculous. Don't know who did this, but I'm mad at them for doing it. Whoops. Alright, new bionic dupe. Let's... Alright, Sonyar. The second, the third, the fourth, who fucking knows? In you come. The one thing in Oxygen Non-Included I don't like about the Bionic Booster Pack is there are too few names for Bionic dupes. You cycle through them too fast. And I find that very frustrating. Let's make you really good at construction. How about that? We're working on a greenhouse system, and the room that caught fire was room to cool down really hot gases, but the fire part actually happened because of fuel mix pipe works. That's interesting. It is really cool when a video game can model like a chemical reaction like that. That's pretty funky. Who's scalding and why? Why are you even in there? At least you didn't die. Yeah, I can imagine. That sounds like a pretty stressful situation, all right. Knowing that's accessible. Okay. So that is the vast majority of the loose cobalt ore. Picked up. That's 100 kilos. That's 147 kilos. Boy, I'm not gonna worry. Okay, and now it's pointing me at storage bins. So I think most of it should be in storage bins now, so maybe now they'll do repairs? Oh, a bunch of different planets you can start on. Play on Mars. Play on Vulcan. Interesting. Yeah, Venus is more like a temp-stable Vulcan. Yeah, that makes sense. Because, I mean, it's just an atmosphere of CO2, right? Interesting. Yeah, no, it seems really interesting. Especially if you can have a multiplayer aspect, that's very cool. I would definitely be interested in giving that a go. At some point. I don't know, if it ever shows up on Xbox Game Pass, I'll definitely play it. So I play quite a few games through Xbox Game Pass. So free/cheap access. Hassan, why are you up there, Hassan? Why aren't you on a decent bed? Okay. How are we doing over here? We're still a fair bit of food. We're just ticking over. Okay. Let's dig through there so we can access that. That nosh sprout as well. Let's dig in here, see if I have access to that nosh sprout. Alright. Oh, there's a neurovacillator over there. We should totally go check that out. Is that the hard way? I'll go there and I'll go there. That'll bring us down to the ground. And then there and there. And then we can go back up. Alright, that'll work. Assuming the sensor on the door, the security sensor is facing the right way. Mixing calf milk. Fair enough. I remember back on my granny's farm, it would just be you take milk and you just throw in some bread, feed it to the calves. We Irish are high-tech and careful people. Well, yes, it depends how young the calf is, I guess. I don't remember what age the calf was we were feeding. Did somebody else die? Oh no, it's just a bunch of... Just a bunch of boosters. What type of thing are they? They are... unclear. Oh, well, they're boosters. They're just straight boosters. Alright, well, let's go sweep on that, please. Are you gonna die if you do this, Meep? Better not be about to die. Oh, I see. No, you're staying in your bed, because yes, you are about to die. Yeah, please stay in your bed until you're better. Don't know why you're in there, Sonya. It's like the worst place you could possibly be. Because your stress is about to, like, go into orbit. You ridiculous little duplicate you. Alright, everybody out. Somebody get Sonya into the clinic. The massage clinic. Because they're about to melt down. Yay! They repaired all my gas pumps. I'm 99% certain the problem was the metal was too far away. Okay. Oh, so when you say he blew up, you meant like an explosion, not like he blew up on social media, blow up. Okay, gotcha. And you blew up on the multiplayer mode. There's overpressure. Interesting. So it sounds like they've integrated pressure, they've integrated kind of like some form of tensile strength, but it doesn't sound like there's delay, if you know what I mean. Like if the contents of a container exceed its tensile capacity, it just explodes immediately. Like it doesn't deform. So like if you go to throw it, kind of the second it's out of your inventory it explodes. It doesn't take like a half second or something. That's interesting. You know, it's not right or wrong, it's just mechanics. Okay, Harold, are you gonna die if you do this? You better not be about to die if I send you to do this. Harold, Sonya, what are you doing, Sonya? You're going to repair. Okay. I appreciate your work. Harold, what's your health, Harold? 91. Okay. Get out! Get out! Don't rub your eyes! Get out! Okay, Harold made it. Max is just delivering. Okay, now we got Nicola, who finished the build. Alright. Oh, okay, cool. They do have a damage percentage. That's interesting. They do have a delay. Okay. So, you may or may not recall, but some time ago, I agreed with you that I needed to change my hydrogen vent setup and install like a metal ceiling, and I was talking about dumping some brine down on top of it. I now have a metal tile ceiling. It's like 8 tiles long. That's how long it took to get that done. It took like an hour and at least 1 dead dupe. I think probably 2 dead dupes. But we got there. I'll take the pike apple seeds, please. Now I can start doing the less dangerous bit of trying to get some of funneling the brine into the area above it. Yeah, it makes sense. Honestly, I haven't really spent a lot of time thinking about making vents safe. I normally just go in a pretty rough and ready way into these, which is, you know, a silly way to play, but there it is. Okay. What am I going to do with these sweetles? Kind of want to use the sweetles, but also it's a lot of work. Okay, can I get into this security door? Yes, we can. It is facing the correct way. Excellent. Okay, Freya. I'm gonna... New database, humanitarian aid. Oh, I don't think I've seen this one. That led to your creation. Deploying specially trained models on myself into conflict zones. What is this? Oh, this is a new... So, you probably don't have the screen in front of you. But I have a new kind of database entry, a new story fragment. And I think this one's from the Bionic Booster. So... For your own reference, if you want to look at it later, the timestamp is, I don't know, like 4 hours and 3 minutes into the stream. If you want to look at it later, maybe. It's actually quite long. I'm not going to read it all out because it's just too long. And it's kind of an interview. Boom, 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 boom. That's kind of funny. Florence. Interesting. I'm not entirely sure what that's in connection to, but anyway. Alright, Freya, let's get over here and see what we get out of this. Dun, dun, dun. Freya gets plus 20 health per cycle. Okay, that's good. It's not something I'm too concerned about, but it's good to have. Oh, nice. I'm getting pure copper out of these wires. Scalding. Who's scalding? Why are you scalding? What are you doing that's getting you scalding? Okay, you can turn off. You're not adding anything useful. Alright, I live in Canada, but I've never seen, oh no, that's a lie. I was about to say, I've never seen bagged milk, but that's not true. I was visiting my mum over in the Toronto area a few weeks ago, and that was the first time I ever saw bagged milk. And, Jesus, it's the most fucking inconvenient thing ever. Perhaps in your situation it's more useful, but just for general tabletop use, like pouring milk into coffee and whatnot, it's absolutely ridiculous. I hate it. I hate it. But, you know, c'est la vie. Oh, milk powder. Yeah, that makes more sense. It makes sense that would come in bags. Yeah, the stuff I'm talking about up here in Canada is like actually, you know, liquid milk in bags, which is just silly. I'm not from Canada originally, so, you know, it's something I'd always heard of but never seen. We should do that first. That whole area is unbreathable. No wonder people aren't working on it. Okay. Alright. At least I have to leave that alone. It'll get done when it gets done. Now, in the meantime... Oh, you look like you're about to be over pressure. Which I'm kind of okay with. Yeah, okay. Oh no, you're still putting some fluid in water. That's good. Who could possibly be starving? Why are we low on food? Why does the kitchen have no power? Okay, there are so many ways that this is a mess now. I really should finish integrating power grid. And it's an absolute ludicrous joke that I haven't. Okay. Well, I guess not so much a joke, more a problem of materials. Alright, how much cobalt do we have over here? 3 ton? Very nice. Good job. None of it is stuck up with the volcano, so most of it should be at a decent temperature. 40 degrees, yeah, that's fine. Slug eggs. No, we should do them over here and use that to make some food. Slug egg. Okay, we're getting through this stuff, that's good. We're taking our time, but we're getting there. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, it sounds like a very detailed game. It's very cool. I like games that have that kind of attention to detail. Pretty nifty. When does this guy become dormant again? 94 cycles. Okay. Either power the kitchen or people are gonna die. Okay, that should get us some food. Would you awfully mind moving into the kitchen and maybe thinking about what job you could do in the kitchen? Oh, yes, yes you would. Okay. You would much rather groom animals. Okay. Okay. Body test says some pipes and tanks blowing up is my pressure differential of inside and outside, so you can cause an implosion. That's interesting. Yeah, that kind of attention to detail is very cool. Where is this on the errand list? This is at best 20th on the list. So Stila, what else are you doing? Like, what are you doing right now? You are de-stressing. I mean, your stress is at 96. I can't fault that. Eee, stickers. I love the sticker bombs. They're very cool. And I love the idea of sticker bombs as a happiness response. Okay, we are cooking. Excellent. Okay. We have ethanol in this biome, so we can use the ethanol to run the metal refinery. Oh, just a pain in the ass. To set up the infrastructure for it. You know, okay. So what I need to do now, the next step, I think, is setting up steel refining. However, I need to pee and I need food, so I need a break. Because metal refining, setting up a refinery is going to be an excursion. So, I think I'm gonna take a break here for about an hour, probably. And then I will be back, because I do want to continue this. But yeah, I need to take a break at this point. So, appreciate you sticking around, Creative Look. Oh, I hope that calf, I hope they're doing better. Yeah, that can turn out pretty serious pretty quick. But yeah, I'll be back, let's say, I don't know, maybe 6 p.m. Pacific time. Oh, I'm glad it seems good. That's good. And I think I'm going to keep playing Oxygen Not Included. Because I'm not failing cataclysmically, and I want to try and make some more progress, slow as it is. Alright, gonna pause it there, just as somebody decides to get scalded. Perfect timing. Alright, talk to you later.